Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to yet another session on polity and constitution. I hope I am audible as well as visible. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Okay, so I hope you had a nice weekend. By nice, I mean not that India won the match, but by nice, I mean that you studied properly, you fulfilled the obligations of being an aspirant. Sandeep, can CM dismiss ministers? Can CM dismiss ministers? Yes and no. Because officially, of course, the governor can, but on whose recommendation? The CM's recommendation. So, as per the constitution and officially, no, but in practice, yes. Okay. But M. Lakshmikant said, I don't care what is mentioned there. I'm telling you what is correct. Okay. Uh, Ruchita, there are some small parts of Meghalaya, like the Shillong district. In those areas, if you want to extend the provisions, that's what it means. Semi-judicial, semi, like judiciary, not exactly, but like judiciary. Nutikadi will discuss PESA later on. Right to audience means the right to address people. No, Shubham, not different, but in the case of Rajya Sabha, it actually works. Abhishek, I just responded to your question only. Semi-judicial. Okay. Ankit, postal ballot. Okay. Now let's begin our discussion for today. Rishu, very strange other question. We discussed in the previous class about how your voting rights can be taken away. Your name is in the voter list, but the police has arrested you. Tell me, can you vote, Mr. Rishu? Pooja, please refer to the very first class. Did we mention the word exclusive there? No, right? So there is no exclusive power for the states. Okay, now let's come back to our discussion at hand. We'll be discussing today RPA, the Model Code of Conduct, and we'll also discuss electoral issue of one nation, one election, electoral bonds, some statements on electoral reforms, and then union and its territory. Okay, so let's begin our discussion. Why Pradyus? Why would you ask that? And one more thing, guys. Tomorrow, you have full enjoyment of your leisure period. No classes tomorrow. Okay? Cancellation of the class. Because of Bangalore Bandh. Okay. So we don't really want to interrupt in these issues, and just to come and teach you, I don't want to lose my life, right? So Bangalore Bandh tomorrow. So it could be risky. Okay, now come on, let's begin our discussion on the very first topic. But before that, 5 questions for the day. The questions in front of you, I'll give you a minute to mark your answer. Please mark the answer, no excuses. Time was less, this and that. Please focus now. Oh, second judge's case, CJI's consultation became mandatory, right? So this effective consultation with CJI was incorporated in the second judge's case. In the first judge's case, the mention was of the consultation with a group of judges, but CJI has to be consulted. Second judge's case. Chief Justice of India should consult a collegium of 2 senior-most judges of the Supreme Court. Absolutely correct. 2. This is for High Court judges appointment, guys. So I hope you read that point and did not mark the second statement as wrong, thinking that it was for Supreme Court. Right? Okay. And the third one, the 99th Amendment Act gave us the NJAC for the recommendation for the appointment. All three are absolutely correct. D is the right answer. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Great. Moving on now to question number 2. All set already? Second question. Please read carefully and then mark the answer. Oh, Abhishek. Okay, okay. Great, yeah. Thanks. Ananya. Oh, extremely sorry. What can we do now? Life is very hard. Oh, I was expecting a lot of you to mark this as correct. Surprising. Good, great, guys. Amazing. Revision is going on in full swing. Which of the following statements with respect to ECI is correct? Okay. The removal of ECs is same as that of Supreme Court judge. Sorry, it is a removal of CEC only. not the ECs. The Constitution provides for the retirement age of the CEC and ECs. It is not mentioned in the Constitution. A separate law provides for it. The ECI issues notification is issued by the president or the governor. ECI fixes the program and announces the election. The CEC and the other ECs have the same powers and receive, of course, equal salaries. Right? Husam, this is my first lecture. Sit and enjoy for the first 10 minutes and then we'll start our discussion. Okay, Anurag and Rishu, I think revision is more important rather than trying to raise some unique concern. Okay. Why call them CEC? Because they enjoy equal powers. Sir, what kind of question do you ask, sir? Right. This is mentioned with respect to the performance of their function as an election commissioner, right? Their role in the commission. Okay. And as far as the recommendation is concerned for CEC, they only have the power to recommend the removal of the other election commissioners. Recommendation. Otherwise, the law clearly says that they have the same power and receive equal salaries. UPSC statement. Anyway, moving on to question number 3. Solve this question. A bit of revision. Good old days. Megha, I got 9 out of 15. Oh, amazing, Megha. Great. Yeah. The questions you ask in the class and the score you are getting in test completely different. 9 is very good score. I need to see what you have written to score 9 out of 15. That's pretty decent actually. Very good. Yeah. Excellent. Maybe more examples. Context meaning explaining the question more. Hey guys, are we reading the question? Not the purpose. Reducing the workload is the definition of a cabinet committee. In-depth examination, effective delegation, sort out issues, right? Giving federal character to policy making, that is of no concern. Cabinet committee's task is to ease the workload, ensure collective decision making. All the ministers, important ones, come together, they are kept in check by each other, etc. So, to give federal character to the policy making is not the task of cabinet committees. Fourth question. Okay, Dr. Abhay, focus. Let's not distract you. Okay, that's very nice. But again, for some of you, revisions are not happening, right? As per the constitution, tenure of Raj Sabha member is 6 years. Yes or no? Not as per the constitution. It is as per section 154 of RPA 1951. A is wrong. The minimum number of ministers in the Council of Ministers at the center, at the state level, it is 12, not at the central level. It is mandatory for any person to be an, or for the person, not grammatical error, for the person to be an ordinary resident of the state to be eligible for governor's nomination. Absolutely correct. But to which house? To the council, not the assembly. There is no governor's nomination for the assemblies now. So this is also wrong. So of course, D is correct. Are we clear? And last question for the day to boost your confidence and morale of how effectively you are preparing. Okay, so a lot of you got this correct. A is the right answer. Okay. An award made by the Adalat, Lok Adalat, is final and binding on all parties and no appeal lies, of course. You cannot appeal against an award of the Lok Adalat. One is correct. Great, amazing, very nice. Its decision is deemed to be a decree of a civil court, is correct. And it deals in matters related to civil cases only. Civil cases only, or even compoundable criminal cases. Remember, a UPSC statement was also there. 2 is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. Right answer. Okay. Once a litigant has approached the Lok Adalat for the settlement, he or she cannot go back. No, they can always go back to the court. Pre or post litigative stage, Lok Adalat's doors are open, court's doors are open. You can go to any place at any point of time or both the places at the same point of time. It does not really matter. So, of course, 3 is wrong. A is the right answer. Okay, that's it. We are done. Now let's move on to the RPA 1951 and the topic disqualification, because in the last class we had seen qualifications. Ashay, some statement you will make, sir, to try to get me to call your name. Sir, have you seen the paper? There are 100 questions and you can still use elimination in some of those questions. Why do you embarrass yourself on a daily basis, sir, by making all these remarks? Anyway, leaderboard for the day. Now, today, nobody's asking me to show the leaderboard. Why? Some people are still there at the top. Great. Today, Kola Nisha, Sivaranjani, Angel, Mansi, Sushanta, Manish, Shargun, and Ankit Yadav. 8 people at the top. And then we have Pooja, Arundhati, Nancy, Sameer, Rakesh, Ananya, Karthikeyan, K. Mahesh, Gaurav, Shailja, R. Deepak, Manigandan, Ritu, etc. Great. I saw a lot of new names. Amazing. Great performance, guys. Keep it up. It's okay, Rishu. Some good days, some bad days. Chalta hai. Now, let's come back now to our discussion on disqualification. So, when it comes to disqualification not for voters, that's something we have done. For candidates, for people who are contesting elections. So I believe you know some of the disqualifications. Tell me quickly, what disqualifications are you already aware of? Disqualifications like what? Disqualifications like not being a citizen, disqualifications like office of profit, disqualifications like bankruptcy, unsound mind, right? All these disqualifications were mentioned under Article 102, Clause 1, A, B, C, D. And then Clause 2 talks about anti-defection law also, Schedule 10. Clause E, or sorry, Subclause E of Clause 1 of Article 102. This also states one thing, that a person will be disqualified from contesting elections or from being a member if he is disqualified by a law made by the parliament. Law made by parliament. So parliament has actually made a law, and that is RPA 1951, Representation of People's Act 1951, which disqualifies our innocent MPs, MLAs, or even people who are contesting elections, right, from being a member of either house in the parliament or at the state legislature level. Now, these are 6 sections. I would request you to please mug up these 6 sections. Now, I am serious about it. UPSC has asked questions on 3 occasions. Are we clear? On 3 occasions, a question has been asked from this topic. So please, mug up all these sections. I'll explain to you all the sections one by one, starting with Section 8. Section 8. First up, disqualification under Section 8. So hear me out peacefully before jumping and asking some question. In our country, there are various types of laws. Yes or no? Some laws punish for petty offenses like pickpocketing, slapping somebody, jumping the signal, right? These are petty offenses, right? Sometimes the offense can be very grave, killing somebody, assault, right? Sexual harassment. These are grave offenses. Also, sometimes some offenses are extremely grave in the sense that uh, they will make you unfit to be a leader. Imagine you are somebody who believes in untouchability as a person, and you believe that there should be sati pratha, there should be a strict caste divide, and scheduled caste people should not be allowed to work everywhere, etc. Now, such a person, is he fit to be a leader? Tell me, if you are this kind of person. Of course not, right? So, the type of disqualification keeps on changing, and it depends on what crime you have committed. Extremely important. So, Section 8 has three subsections: 8.1, 8.2, and 8.3. Basically, these three subsections contain certain types of laws, right? What type of laws? Laws, if you break those laws, right, and you are given the punishment by the court, meaning the court holds you guilty, depending on what punishment has been given to you, you may be disqualified or may not be disqualified. For example, look at this. These are various sections of IPC, like 153A, 171E, 171F, and all these sections. I mentioned the example here. 153A is the offense of promoting enmity between different groups on the ground of religion, race, place of birth, etc. My point is, if you are a leader and this is the speech you give, trying to create enmity amongst groups, right? Hindus kill all the Muslims, Muslims kill all the Hindus, or Hindi speakers kill all the Tamil speakers kill all the Hindi speakers. If you create this kind of animosity, you're not fit to be a leader. Number one. Or offense of bribery, or offenses related to rape. These are serious offenses. Now, apart from this, law like UPA, Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or PCRA, this is the law to abolish untouchability and punish untouchability. Then NDPS Act, the Shah Rukh Khan son case, Aryan Khan case, the Prevention of Corruption Act, right? So some of the innocent aspirants here in future will be jailed under this law only, PCA, right? And then Commission of Sati. These were added later on, added in 2003. If the court finds you guilty of committing any of these offenses, I'm repeating very slowly, if the court finds you guilty of committing any of these offenses, whether you are given the punishment of 1 day, 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, the punishment, the jail sentence does not matter. You are going to be disqualified immediately. If there is any jail term given, for the entire jail duration, you are not allowed to contest elections. And after your jail term is over, for next 6 years also, you will not be allowed to contest elections. Are we clear? Look at this. Under section 8.1, if you are convicted, meaning what is conviction? Held guilty by the court. If the court finds you guilty, jail term may or may not. Jail term may be there, may not be there. What if you are only given some kind of punishment of monetary fine? Clear? So, whether you are given jail term or not, you will be disqualified for the entire jail term plus 6 more years. Uh, did we understand this point, guys? Firstly, are we all on board so far? No doubts. Okay. Just give me a small moment, please. Okay, so I hope now you understood the section 8.1. Everyone, the moment the court finds you guilty for committing an offense, these kind of offenses, whether the court gives you 1 day punishment or no punishment, it does not matter. You are disqualified. If you are given some jail term, then that jail term. If no jail term, then 6 years. Simple. Are we clear? Jail term can be 0 also. Okay. This is 8.1. Next is, yes, Prabhjot, absolutely correct. Now coming to the other section 8.2. Now what is that? Under this section, if you are found guilty of committing these 4 offenses, 1, 2, 3, 4, if you are found guilty of committing these 4 offenses only, nothing else, and the court gives you 6 months of jail, at least 6 months of jail, under Drugs and Cosmetics Act or under Essential Commodities Act, if you try to black market or hoard important commodities during the COVID, if you are hoarding oxygen cylinders, or the price of tomatoes has increased and you're hoarding tomatoes, possibly, right? Okay. Then Prevention of Food Adulteration Act. Okay. The soundproofing seems to not be effective enough. Okay, okay. So, as I was saying, Food Adulteration Act, prevention of food adulteration. So, my point is, when it comes to food adulteration, what kind of examples can you give me? Tell me. Give me some examples. Adding color to milk, adding water to milk, chemical to milk. Okay. What is food adulteration? When we add water to milk, that is called food adulteration. Okay. When you add concord in grains, when you add brick powder in chili powder to reduce the cost, that's called food adulteration, right? When you change the quality of food by mixing some other substances to lower the cost, like, yes, papaya seeds in pepper, you have studied all this in your class 8, 9, 10. And one very, very important food adulterant. So I'm sure all of you love to eat or spicy food and stuff, and you add dhania powder in your food, right? You know what is a food adulterant in dhania powder? It is horse dung. Okay, horse dung is the adulterant used in dhania powder, coriander powder. So when you are adding 2 more teaspoons, come on, then we have to be slightly more sure of what exactly are we consuming, right? So this is there. Anum, it's too late. Now you know, right? So, okay, okay. But taste is high, Mustafa. So I don't know what is high. I am not really sure. Anyway, so these kind of things, drugs and cosmetics, if you try to mix any kind of substance in drugs and cosmetics which lowers their cost but alters their quality, right? So it can have a skin breakout, etc. You see, sometimes cheaper drugs cosmetics, etc. You use it on your face and there's a breakout, all such things, right? So those things are also a part of adulterants. You can be punished. Then Dowry Prohibition Act, the fourth one, I'm sure you know this. Some of you are planning to take dowry in future. So Dowry Prohibition Act 1961. Anything special about this law? Do you remember this? Anything special about this law? Tell me. Yes, yes, yes. Some of you are correct. The first ever law to be passed by a joint sitting in the parliament. Article 108. So, my point is, if you are punished under any of these laws, that if you are guilty of breaking these laws, right, then 6 months of punishment is given. If 6 months of punishment is given, jail sentence at least, only then are you disqualified. Meaning here, yes, jail term should be at least 6 months. If you are given punishment less than 6 months, then no disqualification. You're allowed to contest elections. Are we clear? If you are given punishment less than 6 months, you are allowed to contest elections. Okay? But the point is, these are handful of laws. 20, 30 laws here, 4 laws here. But there are hundreds of laws in the country. Robbing, stealing, dacoity, murder, right? Harassment, defamation. When you when you are convicted of any other offense, meaning any other offense which is not mentioned here or not mentioned here, then you will be disqualified for contesting elections only if you are given at least 2 years of jail sentence. How many years? 2 years. The classic example being the very innocent, most eligible bachelor of the country, the leader of the masses, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi was held guilty of breaking a law which is called defamation. So he made a statement and broke a law which is IPC section 499, and under section 500 he was given a punishment. What was the punishment? He was given 2 years of jail sentence. Now, all offenses other than any offense referred to in section 8.1 and section 8.2, if you are found guilty and the court has given you jail punishment, you will be disqualified. For how many years? Of course, for the entire jail period while you are in jail. And once you come out of jail also, extra 6 years. So if somebody has been given 6 or 7 years of jail sentence, 7 years, please tell me, for how long can this person not be allowed to contest elections? If somebody has been given 7 years of jail sentence for, say, robbery, so of course for the entire jail term, and once you come out, extra 6 years you cannot contest. So 7 plus 6, a very difficult addition, 13 years. Because every disqualification is the same. Jail term plus 6 years. Jail term plus 6 years. Jail term plus 6 years. One simple question. If somebody here gets some idea and says, now I am going to mix horse dung in dhania powder, coriander powder, and will sell, and he is caught on the very first day, he or she is caught on day one only, and now the court gives him or her 5 months of jail punishment. Tell me, for how long can that person be disqualified from contesting elections? Emotional aspirants, please, please, calm down. What is this strange kind of statements? If you are given punishment under these laws, please tell me, what should be the minimum punishment to uh, apply disqualification? 6 months. For how long has this person been punished? 5 months. Does this attract disqualification? It does not. No disqualification. Are we clear now? You have to be given a jail sentence of at least 6 months. You have to be sent to jail for at least 6 months. Only then will you be disqualified. Are we clear? Everybody now? Those who wrote 6.5, are you clear? And those who wrote some other answer, I am not sure what you are thinking. Now, if somebody is held guilty for Prevention of Corruption Act 1988, some innocent aspirant here in future is guilty and is given 1 year of jail sentence. Sorry, not 1 year. Let's avoid 1 year. 4 months of jail sentence. He is given only 4 months of jail sentence. Please tell me, for how long will this person be disqualified? What should be the correct answer? See, same people are writing the wrong answer. Everybody else is writing the correct answer. The same 4 or 5 people who always ask me to repeat. Disheartening. If you are held guilty under any of these laws here, whether you are given 1 day punishment, 2 days punishment, 4 months punishment, you will be disqualified for the jail term, that is 4 months plus extra 6 years. 6 years and 4 months. Most of you got this correct. So, what if there is no jail term, guys? Then tell me, what if somebody was punished under PCA and he was not given any jail term? Then how long will he be disqualified? Absolutely correct. 6 years. If jail term is 0, 6 years. Simple. Simple. I hope now we have understood it. I sense that majority of you have understood it. Interestingly, I'm reading names of few people for the first time. So yes, increase in participation. Maybe everybody is very excited to disqualify the legislators. Now, I think I just saw somebody had mentioned, it just moved on, that still our MPs, MLAs are not disqualified. Still they are legislators. Tell me why. Somebody mentioned that if we have these kind of provisions, why are our MPs, MLAs not disqualified? Tell me. Because conviction is required. The court has to find you guilty. The court has not found them guilty. The cases are only pending in the court. Are we clear? Lok Sabha, out of 542 MPs that we have, 236 MPs have a pending criminal case. Do you understand? Half of the MPs have a pending criminal case. I mean, if you calculate the exact percentage, it would be around 44%. Okay. In the Rajya Sabha, 71 MPs out of around 230 to 40 MPs that we have. This is roughly 31%. Okay. So I hope now you understand the importance of pendency of cases. It is not just the common man who suffers, but these uncommon special people who keep on holding these posts despite possibly being guilty. And in the legislative assemblies and the legislative councils across the country, 1723 MLAs and MLCs have a pending criminal case. I am not talking about a civil case. I am talking about a criminal case. Are we clear now? That is why it is very, very important to solve cases quickly. Okay? Now, what happened in the case of Rahul Gandhi was, please tell me, Rahul Gandhi has been disqualified or was disqualified because he was given a jail sentence of how many years? 2 years? Yes or no? Because the law says you have to be given jail sentence of at least 2 years. What the Supreme Court did was, Supreme Court cancelled this jail sentence, this 2 year punishment. The case is still going on, but Supreme Court has removed the jail punishment. Are we clear? This means if there is no jail sentence here, then will the disqualification apply? Tell me. Simple. So the stay order was given on the 2 year of jail sentence. He has not been acquitted by the court, right? The case is there, but no longer the 2 year punishment. So 2 year punishment is not there. That is why he has not been disqualified and he was back in the parliament. Okay, great. Now, just to tell you a very interesting case, it's a very old case, so not really important for the examination, but you should know this. What if a question is asked? So this is Lily Thomas, who fought this case when she was in her 80s, right? 85-year-old, and she won this case. She died in 2019. You know, uh, till 2013, we also had Section 8(4). Now, what did this section say? The section said that if any sitting MP or MLA or MLC, if any current, a member of parliament, member of assembly, member of council, if he or she is disqualified by any lower court on the ground of 8(1), 8(2), 8(3), these sections and subsections, and within 3 months, that sitting MP, MLA, MLC appeals in the High Court against the lower court judgment, then he or she will not be disqualified. This means what? If, for example, you commit a crime, okay, murder somebody, the lower court finds you guilty and gives you 10 years of jail sentence, means you're disqualified. But Section 8(4) said that no, 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 wait. For 3 months, you are given the option. If you apply or appeal against the lower court order in the higher court, then the disqualification will not apply, because then we'll treat your case as pending case. Now tell me, any and every sitting MP, MLA, MLC, will he not appeal against a lower court judgment? Tell me, yes or no? Any and everybody appeals. They are in fact sitting MPs, MLAs, MLCs. They have resources, they will appeal. And then you know, what is the pendency in the High Court? 60 lakh cases. How will their number come? 5 years are over, right? So the point is that this Section 8(4) was so biased in the favor of sitting legislators that practically you could not disqualify anybody. A disqualification under these sections, in case of sitting legislators only, shall not take effect until 3 months from the date of conviction, or if within that period the order is appealed against in a higher court. This was the provision that Supreme Court cancelled, saying this is wrong. And Supreme Court said, we don't care. The moment any court, even the lowest court finds you guilty, you are disqualified immediately. It is your duty to go and appeal in the Supreme Court and get the punishment removed. Are we clear? That is why Rahul Gandhi was found guilty and was immediately disqualified. It was his obligation that he went to the higher courts, and then the Supreme Court, my lords, removed the 2-year punishment, which made him eligible to come back in the Lok Sabha. In fact, when this particular judgment had come, all the MPs were very angry. This is nonsense. And Congress was in power at that point of time, and Congress had brought an ordinance to bypass this, that no, Section 8(4) will continue. And Rahul Gandhi had torn that ordinance in a press conference. Had that ordinance been there, Rahul Gandhi would not have been disqualified only in the first place. But he told that, and appropriately also, such kind of law should not have been there in the first place, because then you can never punish a guilty person. So basically, we have taken the innocent till proven guilty a bit too far, right? Especially for our great leaders, not for common people. No. For important people. Okay. Anyway, and I think all of you would agree that giving Rahul Gandhi 2-year jail sentence, which is a maximum punishment in defamation, was a bit too much. Come on. Politicians keep on making these statements and sarcasm. What is life without sarcasm, right? So whether you are a fan of his or you hate him, it does not matter. The punishment was a bit too much, right? So anyway, now other sections are easy. 8A, 9, 9A, 10, 10A. Very easy sections. How? Disqualification on ground of corrupt practice. What is the meaning of corrupt practice? Now, this is actually defined in this RPA only. Definition is under section 123 of RPA 1951. Example. What are the examples? If you bribe the voter or the candidates, tell me, dear aspirants, how many of you know that your innocent MPs and MLAs or candidates bribe voters? Yes or no? If it is proved, they will be disqualified, but for maximum 6 years, not more than that. Even if you are given some jail sentence, the total disqualification cannot be more than 6 years. Clear? Or if you are also trying to influence the voter, threaten them, influencing voter or the candidates, or other examples, for any party in power, if you try to use government resources to further your prospects of winning the election, using government's resources in campaigning, are we clear? Meaning, this is an example of how Indira Gandhi was disqualified in 1975. Okay, what happened? She was using her government staff to campaign in Raebareli. She was traveling using Air Force choppers, etc. So, you are the Prime Minister, very good, very nice. But when you are coming for election campaigning, please don't use government vehicles, etc. Use your own party vehicle. Clear? Or if you are promoting enmity, meaning making statements, you kill that community, you kill that community, these kind of statements. Some examples of what is a corrupt practice. Clear? So here, disqualification is maximum 6 years. Under section 8, 1, 2 and 3, disqualification is minimum 6 years. 6 years and jail sentence. Here it is maximum 6 years. Then section 9. This is meant for some of you here. So in future, some innocent people who clear the examination, and if you have held government of India office or government of state office under the state or the central government, right, and you have been dismissed on the ground of corruption or disloyalty. Corruption or disloyalty. What is the definition of disloyalty? It is not defined anywhere. So if you are dismissed for showing disloyalty to the nation or for corruption, then you will be disqualified for how many years? 5 years. So anybody who is harboring the dream of firstly clearing UPSC and then joining politics, please don't get involved in corruption and all, because if you are removed from the office for corruption, you cannot contest elections for next 5 years. And after 5 years, people will forget who you are. So always remember, we had an amazing judge in High Court, Soumitra Sen. Before he could be removed, what did he do? Tell me. He resigned. Learning lesson for all future corrupt people. Before they can remove you, resign. Right? Before somebody blocks you, you block them. Right? Uno reverse. Anyway, so this is section 9. Moving on to section 9A. This is just like office of profit. Simple. If at any point of time, any person holds any government contract to build a bridge, road, etc., that person, till the time he holds the contract in his or her name, will not be allowed to contest elections. Are we clear? I'll give an example of an amazing person. So this person here in photograph is Hemant Soren, the CM of Jharkhand, from Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So the chief minister gave to himself a contract in his own name. I mean, at least given somebody else's name. In his own name, he gave a contract of stone chip mining lease, 0.88 acre of land. Come on. For cheating also, some kind of minimum IQ level is required actually. Anyway, sorry, coming back here. So he gave a contract to himself in his own name. Anyway, later on when this became news, he gave up the contract and he was allowed to continue. Though this should not have been the case actually. He should have been disqualified, but nothing happened. Nothing happened. He gave up the contract, continued to be the leader. Okay. Neha, he's our chief minister. Extremely sorry that you have to bear the burden of this sarcasm. What can we do? Don't worry, you are not behind. You go to most states, the CMs of almost every state are amazingly honest. Okay. Anurag, how many years? No, not years. Till you hold a contract, you are not allowed to contest elections. Okay? Till you hold a contract. But giving contract to yourself is also an act of corruption. But nothing was done. No action was taken on that account. On the ground of corrupt practices, Tarun, it is 6 years. Bhuvnesh, my school exams going on. That's why I did not attend 5 classes. Oh, no, what I do? I will fail in UPSC. Hare, sir, you are a small kid right now. Go and study for the school first. You pass the school first, sir. All recordings are there. Don't panic. I think the experts have accepted it and given you a response. Bhuvnesh, relax, calm down. Election Commission, Kavana will take action. Then Section 10 is just like Section 9A. If any person holds any government post, meaning a managing agent, manager, secretary, etc., of any company which has, or which is a government company. And what is the criteria? A company in which government holds 25% shareholding, 25% ownership. That company will be called a government company for this situation only. And if you are holding a post there, you are not allowed to contest elections. For example, somebody who is a manager in SBI, simple, branch manager of SBI, after perpetually being on lunch break for his entire life, now he wants to contest elections. After perpetually serving the people in his branch, then he wants to also contest elections. But you have to resign from your job. Only then are you allowed to what? Be the member of parliament or state legislature. Lastly, do you remember that election commission has told us that we have to, not we, anybody who wants to contest elections has to maintain all records of how much money they spent, and you have to also submit this record to the ECI. Remember, within 75 days if it's a Vidhan Sabha election, and within 90 days if it is a Lok Sabha election. So you have to submit all these records. If the election commission is satisfied that a person has failed to lodge an account of expenditure within the time and in the manner and has no excuse, he's saying, my computer got formatted, my dog ate my paper. If you give this kind of excuse, then the election commission can disqualify the person for how many years? 3 years. So please make a note of this. Somewhere 6, somewhere maximum 6, somewhere 5, somewhere 3. You have to remember all this. Now tell me one more thing. If you read this particular section, does it say that you should not cross the upper ceiling limit of expenditure? What is the maximum limit of money that you can spend when you want to contest elections? For campaigning, tell me, maximum money in any circumstance. That is 95 lakh rupees for larger constituencies in the Lok Sabha. 95 lakh rupees. That's the upper limit. You can't spend more than that. But let us say somebody spends 2 crores. What happens? If you spend 2 crore rupees, what happens? Does he get disqualified? Where is it mentioned? This section only says that if the ECI is satisfied that the person has failed to lodge an account of expenditure and has no reason for why he has not mentioned. That's it. But Supreme Court said, come on, it makes no sense. This also includes plus exceeding the expenditure limit, of course. So if you cross the expenditure limit, you'll be disqualified. For how many years? Tell me quickly. How many years? 3 years, not 5 or 6. 3 years. Okay. Venu, yes. Vajpayee actually mentioned this. I think I mentioned the statement that Atal Bihari Vajpayee, the former Prime Minister, mentioned this on the floor of the House, that every politician in this country begins his career with a lie. And what's the lie? That he has been limiting himself within the upper ceiling of the election expenditure. Everybody knows that this limit is a sham. But what to do? Now, just to summarize this, Election Commission of India has this unique power. What's the power? Removal or reduction of the disqualification period. ECI can remove. Are you disqualified for 3 years? No problem. Removed. Go and contest. Are you disqualified for 5 years? No problem. Go and contest. For 6 years? No problem. Go and contest. Election Commission has a power to not only reduce the period, also remove disqualification. But they have to give reason why. Why they are removing the period of disqualification. But ECI does have such a power. That is why it is very important to ensure the independence of Election Commission of India, which the government, I'm sure, has done in the recent bill, which we read in the previous class. You know how effective now the bill is, that it has made the condition of service of election commissioners same as the cabinet secretary, and now the CM, his best friend, the PM, his best friend, and some LOP Lok Sabha will together appoint the members of ECI. Such independent appointment we had never seen in our life only, right? So yes, for 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, every section ECI has full authority, right from section 8 to 10A. They can reduce or remove the disqualification period. Okay. Anyway, now, if somebody has any problem with the election process, somebody cries cheating, that's what losers do, right? So if you cry cheating has happened, like the Australian or the Bangladeshi cricket team, then feel free to approach the High Court, original jurisdiction of the High Court. Are we clear? Yes, absolutely correct. EVM hacking. So a lot of these parties keep on saying when they lose the election, EVM means every vote Modi, EVM can be hacked, etc. But when they win the election, then they are silent. EVM is very nice. How dare you? Come on. Don't make all these statements. EVMs cannot be hacked. So why to embarrass yourself, right? Or stick to a stand. Even if you win the election, say that it is all false. EVMs can be hacked. Anyway, approach High Court within 45 days of the conduct of elections. And appeal can be done in the Supreme Court, of course. So this is one more way where if you are disqualified, you can seek some help, etc. Or if you have any dispute, you're not being allowed to contest elections, your nomination paper has been rejected by the Election Commission, etc. Clear? High Court and Supreme Court are the courts. My simple point to you and question to you is, please tell me, aspirants, how many forms can you fill in the UPSC? Hundreds of forms you can fill, no problem. But how many are selected? Tell me. Only one. You can fill hundreds of forms, but only one is selected, right? This means you can give exam only once every year. Now, our MPs, MLAs, MLCs, our politicians, they can contest from multiple seats, 2 seats. This is actually mentioned under section 33 subsection 7 of RPA 1951, that they can contest from up to 2 constituencies. For example, Narendra Modi in 2014, Rahul Gandhi in 2019, contesting from multiple constituencies. And thankfully, it is now only 2. Before 1996, it was more than 2. I'll tell you something. Some of you may get very angry at why is it being allowed, sir? What is their logic? The politicians say that we are allowing people to contest from 2 constituencies because we are giving people more options. Why should people be devoid of options? Such kind of logic if you give, then what can we say? Okay, they just want to play safe. That is all that they want to do, right? Anyway, now if any casual vacancy happens, what is the meaning of casual vacancy? Tell me. Vacancy because of death of an MP or resignation. Why will an MP resign? But if he resigns, resignation. Like one of our recent parliamentarians, so interesting thing happened was one of our parliamentarians used such nice parliamentary words recently. Did you follow the news? Were you proud of that amazing moment, right? After studying polity, there is a moment of pride, right? That see, we have voted for these amazing leaders who use such nice words in the parliament, right? This is what we have chosen. These are people who we vote for. So, of course, those words were expunged. That's it. Expunge those words. Why else? Or what else is needed? Nothing else is needed. And some other people countered it by saying that MP also used that word. That MP also said it 2 years ago. Are punish all of them, right? Anyway, what to do? So this is what first deserve, then desire. I think we deserve this only. If we cannot improve our behavior and vote based on these things, then we deserve these great leaders only. What can we do, sadly? Keep on changing the parliament, make the new building, but if we cannot elect better politicians, what to do? The quality of the house is as good as the people who are sitting in the house. Death, resignation, or also disqualification. In any case, if the seat becomes vacant, you have to conduct a by-election. It is required within 6 months. Are they clear? By-election must be conducted within 6 months, etc. Now, I think we have already seen this. Conduct of election, section 30. Announcement is done by ECI. Notification is done by the president or the governor. Then nomination, 7 days time. Then scrutiny, 1 day. Withdrawal, 2 days time. Then voting begins, voting ends, and eventually results are declared. Just a small point. I'll come to that later on. I'm just mentioning it here. For this entire duration, entire period, model code of conduct is in force. MCC. What is MCC? Don't worry, I'll discuss shortly. Okay. So the model code of conduct begins on the date of announcement of election and continues till the date of declaration of results. Now, what steps have been taken to ensure fairness in the election duty? So, firstly, we also have this concept of observers. What is this observer? So, the Election Commission of India appoints people as observers. Who are these people? These are IAS officers from other states. These are IPS officers from other states, revenue service officers, general observers, counting observers, expenditure observers. So basically, you are a returning officer, a district magistrate in your own area, and you are conducting elections in your constituency. But to ensure further that there is a further check on you, let's say you are in UP, somebody from Gujarat will be sent as an IS officer, and he will be told, you please observe in this constituency. So with his force and all, he'll roam around here and there and ensure that the voting is happening properly, no parties exercising any undue influence, etc. And the observers have such power that if they find that some malpractice is happening, they can tell the returning officer, wait, stop the counting of votes, stop it, cheating has happened. Or they can also stop the declaration of results, and they can give a report to ECI, and then the ECI, if it finds merit in the report, can go for repolling, recounting in that polling booth. And if you are a returning officer of that polling, that constituency, and some complaint comes against you, trust me, your future in the civil services, as far as promotions are concerned, is completely jeopardized. Forget it now. Believe you me, there is no scope for promotions for a long period of time, because whichever party comes to power, no party will ever support a civil servant whose behavior has been found to be corrupt in the elections. Even if you are supporting them only, does not matter. So during elections, please be fair, because one negative remark by the election commission has the power to spoil your entire career. Clear? And there is a section 28A which clearly says that all officers, returning officer, polling officer, presiding officer, everybody involved in the election, bankers, teachers, who all are there, they are all under the control, superintendence and discipline of election commission till the elections are going on. Any hanky-panky activity, they will write a remark, career is down the drain now. Forget your promotions and the post of secretary and cabinet secretary. That is beyond your reach now. That is why our bureaucrats, who are otherwise so lazy, so lethargic, suddenly during elections, see how active they are. You will never see delays in elections, perfectly timed elections. Why? Because of this, right? Okay. Lastly, we have this concept of model code of conduct. Model code of conduct. So back in 1950s elections, when it started, it was found that the parties became very aggressive. Politicians would fight, not physically, verbally, and would make personal attacks also, go to any extent. So some parties in Kerala said that, see, after all, whoever comes to power is going to work for the people. So why this animosity? Why this anger? Let's keep it nice, decent, fair, free, nice, healthy, competitive environment. So they started following some self-made rules. Okay, like when you play, let's say you're playing badminton. If the shuttle falls on your side, if it's close to a line, so we normally follow a very good rule. Whoever is on that side, you decide, you take the call, and have this belief that you will not cheat. That's it. We cannot install cameras in our house to play and record all these things. So it's largely a belief. Okay, nobody will cheat. We'll all have a fair game. Simple. Election Commission loved this idea. In 1971, it said, let's implement it. So they implemented it. And finally, 1974, they gave proper guidelines after consulting other parties also, that what can be a very appropriate code of conduct, behavior in the run up to the elections. So, what is a model code of conduct? It is a set of guidelines, not a law. MCC is not enforceable by law. It is just guidelines. It is not a statute, not a law. Are we clear? Laid down by the Election Commission to govern the conduct of political parties and the candidates in the run up to an election. So, from the announcement date till the date of result declaration, please behave. Decent behavior, please. What's the purpose? Providing a level playing field for all political parties to keep the campaign fair, keep it healthy, avoid clashes, conflicts, etc., ensuring peace and order. This is a point of model code of conduct. So, model code of conduct has 8 different parts. For example, the first part is or deals with general conduct, meaning parties or candidates must not promote hatred or tension between different communities. When you criticize your opposition candidate, please focus on policies only, programs only, past records only. Don't make personal attacks. Okay? Then, no appeals to caste or communal feelings. And please do not use a religious place for propaganda. Avoid bribing, avoid intimidation, don't canvass near polling booth, etc. Don't transport the voters. A lot of parties, what they do is they take voters from their houses and say, come on, come and vote in buses. Don't do all that. Then also respect individuals' privacy, right? Don't demonstrate in front of your opposition member's house only. I'll campaign here only. At 12 o'clock at night, I'll disturb your peace. Don't do all that. Okay. Then ensure that the supporters also behave properly. Then don't disturb other parties' activities. Don't deface their material, right? All these things. Second part deals with meetings, where whenever you are conducting any meeting publicly, please inform the police and take permission. Comply with the local restrictions. Obtain all necessary permissions. Without permission, don't go for meetings and all. Then seek police assistance, right? And if abruptions take place, if the other party comes and disturbs you, don't start fighting. Take the police help. Then processions, the rallies that come out. So again, the same thing. You have to plan and inform the local authorities about the route, about the timing, comply with the traffic regulations, move on one side of the road only, don't disrupt the traffic, avoid peak traffic hours. We all know that they choose peak traffic hours, right? They choose the peak traffic hours only. But ideally, you should not. Don't disrupt the daily commuter who is going to office. Don't block traffic. Don't clash with other parties' processions. No fighting. Be decent. Then on the day of polling, ensure peaceful polling. Respect voters' right, voters' privacy, right? Then, if you have any authorized worker of your party, they should carry an identity card. Don't distribute liquor near the polling booth or on the polling day. Make them drink. Come on, drink. Go and vote. Press for that button. Don't do all that, right? Maintain simple campaigns and don't display any kind of propaganda. Don't serve food to the voter. Voter, chicken biryani. Oh, vegetarian, veg biryani. Vegan, soya biryani. Don't do all this, please. Then, inside the polling booth, firstly, inside the polling booth, very important, only voters and the valid election commission officials should be allowed inside the polling booth. Others should not be allowed inside the polling booth, right? Then, if by any chance somebody breaks the law, let's say some great leader tries to make a statement trying to what? Trying to use caste, religion as a card in their speech, then who will punish? So election commission has appointed some local government official in every constituency. They are observers. They are the authorized officials to take up complaints for violation of model code of conduct. So if the model code of conduct is getting violated, then go and complain to them. They will take up your complaint, and in case there is any problem, they will also ensure punishments. What are the punishments? Tell me. If you violate the model code of conduct, what kind of punishments are given? Death sentence, life imprisonment, yes or no? Punishment is no campaign for few hours or days. They will say don't campaign for 24 hours. So you are debarred from campaigning. Or monetary fines, 2,000, 4,000, 1,000. That's it. That's it. This is a punishment. Okay. That is why. Oh, Shubha. No, no, no. Not death sentence. Why would somebody be given death sentence? Interesting. I'll give you examples of this. Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Kejriwal, in 2017, there are plenty of examples, but I'm giving you the top leaders examples. Arvind Kejriwal, in 2017, the Goa elections, he had gone and he was addressing a public rally, and he said, parties are giving you 5,000 rupees. You demand 10,000 from them and vote for my party. This must have been a joke. Election Commission did not appreciate the humor here. They told him don't campaign for some days. Or Amit Shah. So Amit Shah in 2015 in Bihar, he had made a statement that whenever BJP loses the election, what happens? Firecrackers burst in Pakistan. So again, you are using religious card. Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi hardly speaks. And when he speaks, you punish him. And that is wrong. Rahul Gandhi made a statement that BJP makes Hindus and Muslims hate each other. And because he used Hindu-Muslim words, ban, no campaign for one day. Then that very infamous remark of Yogi Adityanath. If you remember, in the 2019 elections, he made that remark, Ali versus Bali. The time has come to show Ali versus Bali. So Ali, the reference to the Khalifa, and Bali to Hindu god Bajrang Bali. So open statements like this, right? Then Mayawati. Mayawati made this statement in 2018-19 and said that Muslims don't vote for Congress. So all these people are given punishments, basic punishments, nothing beyond that, right? And they all follow it. Anyway, if you don't follow it, complain to ECI. Simple. That's it. Mustaba, Harab, all these statements are politicians. You'll be amazed at the statements that some politicians make. Sir, who is Mayawati? Mayawati is a leader of a very big party, a national party. The party she heads has been a national party for a long period of time. Okay? It's called Bahujan Samaj Party. BSP. Yes, BSP. So Azam Khan, this leader, I remember, I think in 2019 elections only, he made such derogatory remark against his fellow candidate, Jaya Prada, this actress, with sexual reference also. So anyway, what better can we expect from our great politicians, right? So anyway, part 7. Now, part 7 is very important. It deals with the party in power. So see, you are the ruling party. So of course, you control all the resources, you control all the officers. Please don't misuse your position for election campaign. Ministers should not combine their uh, official visit with campaigning. No, don't. They are separate. Okay. Please, public places, etc., should be used fairly by every political party. Just because you are in power does not mean you tell the DM, tell the SP, don't give permission to any other party to hold rally. Now SP says what to do. One party says we want to hold rally. Letter is there. SP says no, can't give permission. No rally. This is biasness, right? Then avoid issuing advertisements at the public expenses, right? Then any kind of discretionary grant or payment should only be announced, right, after elections. If during campaigning you start making statements, how much do you want? 70,000 crores, we'll give it to you. Don't make all these promises, right? And also, ministers should not enter the polling stations. Ministers should not enter the counting places. Don't display your party symbol inside the polling booth. All this should not be done, right? And finally, the guidelines on the election manifesto. What is election manifesto? Tell me. Poll promise. Election manifesto refers to poll promise. So again, there are guidelines for this that the Supreme Court has instructed that ECI frame guidelines. The manifestos should be aligned to the Constitution. Number one, they should be aligned to the Model Code of Conduct. Promises should be feasible. They should be transparent. And the promises you make should also include the financial implication. That right now I'm telling people every person will get 1,000 rupees, free electricity, etc. Where am I going to get the money from? So all these things are there, right? Feasible means something which is possible. Okay, possible. So I hope now you understand that these are these guidelines, right? One more thing, when the model code of conduct is in force, you cannot launch any new scheme or program. Please mind you, no new schemes or programs should be launched while MCC is in force. Are we clear, everybody? And one more thing, this MCC is not applicable on Prime Minister. Clear? MCC is not applicable on the Prime Minister. He may have lot of tasks to perform, so he's a government's representative. That's not possible to curb his movement and all. It will be difficult and challenging, right? Jiva, MCC is in force from the date of announcement to the date of result declaration. This entire duration. Now it can vary from state to state and election to election. Number of days can vary. CM, it is applicable. Prime Minister is the country's head. He is the head of the government. He represents country on various platforms. So PM has to be treated differently. Clear? Okay, Abhishek, sir, I have one suggestion that they should be checked on promising the political party. Sir, what to do? These things will never be applicable. Mitisha, how can civil servant do that without biasness against minister? There should be something. What to do? Nudigodi, sir, by allowing to contest from two constituencies, if they win in two constituencies, they will by election. Yes. That is actually an extra burden. Absolutely correct. By election is an extra cost, nothing else. Lakshmi, she did not violate MCC. She violated RPA. Two different things, RPA and MCC. Okay? RPA is a law, MCC is not. N. Siva explaining part 7. Sir, part 7 is a very big part. Part 7 is the limitation on the government. Sir, stay in the class, don't leave the class in between and then come and say explain everything. Mr. N. Siva, you are a consistent problem creator. You have issues in everything. I've been observing this and reports like this from other areas also of subjects. So party in power refers to whichever is the ruling party in power, it controls every resource, right? So if I instruct all my officers that never support, don't give any permission to any opposition candidate, cancel their permissions, arrest them if they campaign, that is wrong. Or during the campaign period, I start announcing new schemes, new programs, giving free money, etc. That's a problem. So ruling party, it is an added emphasis on the MCC that ruling party, please do not misuse your position for election campaigns. Abhishek, Election Commission of India. Okay. Some of you are asking a question, not some, two of you. So I'll ask these questions first and then I'll explain the answer. So Shreya and Nutikudi, solve this question. See, model code, just a minute guys. Model code of conduct is not legally enforceable. Some of you may say, sir, these are the moral obligations only. Yes, I mean, but then the ECI does punish you and debars you from campaigning for 1, 2 days, 3 days. That is not a very strict punishment. When people have said and Supreme Court said make it legally enforceable, then ECI said no, it can't be done, because right now when the ECI imposes punishment, the candidates accept the punishment. But if you make it a law, then if I impose punishment, then you'll go to court and challenge it, and then the case is pending. Then how can the election ever be completed? That is why ECI says there is no point in having model code of conduct legally enforceable. These are guidelines a party should follow. Okay. Mark the answer for this question quickly. Choose your answer. I'll give you 45 seconds. I'll then launch the poll and then you can choose your answer. Okay. Poll now, 15 seconds only. Quickly mark your answer. Okay. So in India, there is no law restricting the candidates from contesting in one Lok Sabha election from 3 constituencies. Yes or no? There is a law. The law is RPA. And it's not 3, it's only 2. So 1 is wrong. Wrong. Now look at the second statement. In the 1991 elections, Devi Lal contested from 3 Lok Sabha. Now how can you mug up all this information? It is impossible to mug up all this information. But the moment you eliminate 1, 2 must be correct. See, that is why you don't need to know 2. And yes, that's true. Devi Lal, the former deputy prime minister, contested from 3 constituencies. In fact, 4. One Vidhan Sabha also. Sikar, Rohtak and Firozpur. Imagine had he won all the constituencies. He would have to choose only 1, leave 3 by-elections. And look at the third point. As per existing rules, if a candidate contests in one Lok Sabha election from many constituencies, his or her party should bear the cost of by-election to the constituencies vacated by him or her in the event of him or her winning in all the constituencies. Yes or no? No. Good example is Mr. Narendra Modi in 2014. So some of you raised this concern also that, sir, people are contesting from multiple constituencies, say Vadodara and Varanasi. And when he won both the constituencies, he chose this and left this. Now this seat becomes vacant, right? Vacant. By election, again the election commission has to conduct the elections again in this area. Yes or no? Problem, right? Money being spent, 5-6 crores, taxpayers' money. So there is no rule, but this is actually a suggestion that this should be done. If you are trying to play it safe, please play it safe at the cost of your party, not at the cost of country. So 3 is wrong. This is wrong. B is right answer. And Devi Lal, who contested from uh, 4 constituencies, lost all 4 constituencies. Uh, Pihu, there is a law. There is a law right now. So why will you go before 1996? Simran, there are 2 different provisions. 8A is for corrupt practice. 8.1 is for certain laws. You please look at the laws mentioned under 8.1. In 1991, did he contest? This is also factually correct, Pihu. Okay. Anyway, that's it. Done with the elections. Guys, I am requesting you, please mug up the disqualifications for voting and for contesting elections. I am very serious about it. You may take it casually, but questions are coming from these. So don't ask me questions, sir. 8, 1, 2, 3, all. Yes, all. Please be serious about it. Okay? Mug up all these sections. I'm not saying mug up this entire paragraph only. But no, when I say 8, 1, I know 8A, 9, 9A, everything. Clear? So this entire list should be mugged up. Very, very important. Same goes for disqualification for voting. Atish, election rules, they are not meant for the examination. If you want to conduct elections in your area, once you are an IS officer, you can download the rules and then can look at the rules. Here for UPSC only. Now, some electoral issues, starting with the topic in discussion. Though I did mention one day that there is a YouTube video recorded by me only. No self-promotion. Not interested. I'm sure none of you must have watched the video. So busy in life. So I have to explain this point because it's in discussion a lot. One nation, one election. Simultaneous election. That's the concept. So let's do one thing. Let's take a break. After the break, we'll come back and discuss on what the hell is this concept. Why are some parties crazy about it? What is the obsession? What is the advantage? What can be a challenge? Etc. etc. And again, a gentle reminder. And the reminder is that we have holiday tomorrow. No class tomorrow. Okay. Break, please come back at 7. Back page. This page. This page. Roshan. Okay. Break till 7. Haji Sonali, what is your doubt? Where is your doubt, Sonali? Sonali, ask a question again. Quickly. Baby section number and the concept. Kumari in some states yes, in other states no. Like in Kerala and all, they did. In northern states, not happening at all. Sonali asked a question today only, not after 2 hours. Uh, if you don't have, and for others also, if you don't have Lakshmikant and you want to purchase Lakshmikant, purchase the latest edition, the seventh one. Otherwise, if you have the sixth one, don't purchase the new one. Clear? If you have the third one, purchase the new one. Simple. Sixth or seventh. If you have sixth, don't update. If you have nothing, purchase seventh. Break please, guys. Let's begin now. Electoral issues. So, one nation, one election. Uh, I hope you understand the meaning of this concept. So, just to further elaborate on this idea, if you look at the current situation, say from the last 1 year, we had elections in Gujarat, in Himachal, recently in states like Tripura, Nagaland, Meghalaya, recently in Karnataka. Then in a few months, we'll have elections in Chhattisgarh, MP, in Rajasthan, Telangana, Mizoram. Then the 2024 elections, Sikkim elections. Every few months, there is election at some place, somewhere, right? Every few months. So the point is, can we not have this idea that we have elections once every 5 years, center and state together? So that concept is what is called one nation, one election. Now, there is no definition of this. So, is it possible that we are referring to one nation, one election for the Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, and Panchayat municipalities also? Maybe, but that will be very difficult to undertake. So, as of now, what we can gather from news items and from the speeches, etc., and from the Law Commission reports is that the idea is having elections at the same time for Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha only. Lok Sabha and Vidhan Sabha only, not for the panchayats. That's one nation, one election. So now, one more thing, the elections for Assembly and Lok Sabha together same day may not be possible, but of course maybe 1 2 days here and there, that may be possible. So same day may not be possible, but around the same time. Now, have we had this before? Yes. Was it what was that through design? No, through sheer chance. If you observe 1952 elections, 1957, 1962, 1967 elections. At the same time, Lok Sabha also, Vidhan Sabha also. Then comes 1957, or rather 1959. In 1959, in Kerala, there was President's rule, and Kerala's 5 year uh, time frame became out of sync. So Kerala started having elections from 1960 to 65. Other states were in sync with the Lok Sabha. Clear? Then again, in 1965, there was president's rule in Kerala. It became again for 2 years. But post 1967, with the split in the Congress and all that, including Lok Sabha, 1967 to 70, Lok Sabha only. Then states like Bihar, 67 to 69, states like Odisha, 67 to 71, states like West Bengal, 67 to 69, states like Haryana, 68. So various states went out of sync with Lok Sabha because we never planned for it. When we became independent, we had elections to the Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, all the Vidhan Sabhas and the Lok Sabha. It kept on happening. But we may not always get a full-fledged majority. We can have a hung legislature also. And whenever you have a hung legislature, there's no guarantee of a government formation, right? So again, you can have midterm elections. These things can happen. So the consistent 5-year sync may not be possible. Anyway, who has been supporting this argument? This concept came up for the first time in 1982 when the Election Commission, possibly because they were fed up of conducting elections, they raised this issue that again, let's go back to the good old days that we had to conduct elections once every 5 years. Next 4.5 years, free, relaxed. Then in 1999, the Law Commission, in its 170th report, gave a suggestion. Then 2003, BJP LK Advani mentioned this point. Then in 2014, BJP manifesto, the party promise contained this provision. And from then onwards, we have seen lot of focus on this topic. So much so that UPSC in 2015 asked a mains question also. And the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, in 2016, in 2019, he has been repeatedly mentioning this point. Then there was a departmental standing committee, DRSC. Do you remember DRSC? DRSCs, 24 DRSCs, Rule 331C, right? So the DRSC on the Personnel, Public Grievances, Law and Justice, it in its 79th report also said the same thing. Then Law Commission prepared a draft report, same thing. Again 2019 BJP manifesto, same thing. Then there was a conference held in November 2020, the 80th conference of presiding officers of all the states. Again, they said we should have one nation, one election. Now, my point is that do we have this somewhere else also? Yes, we do. States like countries like USA. In USA, their lower house, their Lok Sabha, called the House of Representatives, their elections take place every 2 years. Then for the Senate also, and for the president also. So every 4 years, there comes a time that the people vote 3 times for the presidential candidate, for the senator, and for the HOR member, the congressional members. In UK also, fixed term parliaments act is there. In South Africa, for the provinces and also for the national government, same time. Germany, Sweden, but these countries are very small in terms of population. Now, what exactly is the advantage? Why is the ruling dispensation at center so obsessed with having one nation, one election? Uh, Firstly, they talk about governance angle. We just saw it right now that whenever this model code of conduct is in force, no new schemes and programs can be launched. So the government says that every few months there are elections, we are not able to provide good governance to people. Such difficulty, right? That because of elections and model code of conduct every few months in some part of the country, we are unable to provide for good governance. The developmental programs, the policies are impacted. Strange. Okay, fair enough. Then frequent elections, teachers employed, right? Bankers employed, security forces employed, again and again and again, right? That's also again a problem. Then uh, one more important point is that when you frequently have elections, it also impacts governance. How? The minister is always in campaign mode, always. And he is always looking for short term decisions. Because, see, if I go and seek votes from people, people ask me, what did you do? You have been in power for 2, 3 years, 4 years. So, frequent elections make the mindset of our leaders very myopic in the sense that they focus on short term goals only. Because I have to prove my worth. So I will not go for long term reforms which may take 15 years. No. People will say, what are you doing? People want results, immediate results. Plus, our minister sahib is always on campaign. You go to meet the minister. Where is he? Oh, he has gone to Chhattisgarh for campaigning. After 3 months, where is he? Oh, he has gone to Rajasthan for campaigning. After a few months, he has gone to Sikkim for campaigning. Oh, sir, he's always in campaign mode only. So when can I work? So ministers are always on campaign mode. Now look at this. I mean, this is a problem of the parties. Why should we be concerned? Sadly, the politicians agree that, see, this is our problem. We're always in campaign mode. At least they agree that they're in campaign mode and have not been performing properly. Thankfully, they agree to something. Then, the financial angle. Corruption. Frequent elections, more money. The more the elections you have, the more the money is required for campaigning, right? Frequent elections mean what? More money required. Now, please tell me, innocent people sitting here, how does a party get money? Is the party running some kind of business, some kind of corporation? No. The party gets money from people. Our donation. Big corporates donate. So party runs based on funding from people. Simple. Okay? That's how parties run. Now, what can you and me contribute? 1,000 rupees? 1 lakh rupees? Corporates contribute crores of rupees. Right? So when you take money from corporates and you come to power, you have to make policies also which suit and serve the needs of these corporates. Crony capitalism, this unholy nexus between the politics and business, crony capitalism. It happens. And frequent elections lead to massive expenditures by the government also, other stakeholders also. 1998 elections, in total, 9,000 crore rupees was spent. 2019 elections, 55 to 60,000 crores spent. One more thing, according to some surveys and data, that is the Association for Democratic Reforms data, in 2019, around 12 to 15,000 crores were given as cash to voters. Then additional 20-25 crores were spent in campaigning, and formally 10 to 12 crores were spent to conduct the election. The average spending per vote was rupees 700. Rupees 700. Uh, Let me tell you something. The Finance Commission, the 15th Finance Commission, gave recommendations to spend money for panchayats and municipalities. The government is going to spend on an average 654 rupees per person per year, right? Based on the Finance Commission recommendation. But to get one vote from one citizen, on an average 700 rupees was spent. 100 crore rupees per constituency is the average. 555,000 crores means 100 crore rupees per constituency. Such is the cost of elections. It's not a joke. And this money comes from big hotshot MNCs. And that is why when these parties come to power, you may claim that party is a suit boot ki sarkar and this party is a rich man's party. Every party is doing the same old story of serving the needs of these corporates. You have to. They are your biggest funding organizations. Financial angle. Then, social angle. Now, this is true but shameful. See, one thing is that frequent elections disrupt public life. Traffic jams, road blockades, delivery of essential services, right? Elections again and again, campaign again and again, processions, rallies, gundagardi, standard. And not just this, election becomes a time that these politicians remind us of how different we are. See, I don't need to give a statement here to make you realize that our country is divided along religious lines, caste lines, etc. The fault lines do exist already, thanks to our politicians. But if you keep on reminding the us, right, you keep on entrenching it deeply. Let's see, no, you are different. You are Hindu. Your expectations, your aspirations are different. Oh, you are a Muslim. Your needs are different. Vote for me, I will fulfill your needs. If you keep on perpetuating the caste divide, the religious divide, how will there ever be unity? And then we have the big national propaganda. And like every other neighbor, we have a very good neighbor, Pakistan. Rightful use of Pakistan in elections, right? Just like North Korea and South Korea, right? If any party is like they have a slight wavering of their fan following, bombing on the borders. Oh, we have to vote for this party. This party needs to be in power because they can protect our borders. Same thing here. So that's why I started my, I think if I remember it correctly, I started my video with a share by Rahat Indori about elections, right? So it goes like this that सरहदों पे बहुत तनाव है क्या? On the borders, does there seem to be quite stress? जरा पता करो, चुनाव है क्या? You just have to find out. There must be elections. Elections around the corner. That is why there's some border conflict going on. This is the harsh reality, right? Every party is equally guilty of it. Sadly, this is true. So this is how it is there. With respect to Roshan, you can watch the video I had shared. I think the first line was this only, if I'm not wrong. It was, I think, a year back, so I don't remember it correctly. Anyway, so this is the social angle of it. Now look at how these arguments are given by the parties only. Should we not call them shameless now? That you're so openly saying that, we should have one election only because when we have multiple elections, it creates social fissures in our society. Or then don't do it, na? If you know very well, then don't do it. But no, they will do it. So they want us to not have elections only. But if we have elections, I will cheat. I will bribe the voter. What can I do? I will use caste. I will use religion. The first thing should be don't do all this. But who will tell them? Do you want to go to jail? Or do you want UPA? Or do you want to be sent to Pakistan? Mind you, if you want to go to Pakistan and you want to go to jail and all, then you criticize the parties. If you want to live nicely, please don't. Bhuvnesh wants to go to Pakistan. Bhuvnesh, you just came back after 5 days. Relax, enjoy the class first. Now, what are the problems? Problems. First things first, how do we do it? Right now, the big point is the operational feasibility, the doability. Every state or almost group of states, they have different time frame of elections. How to do it now? How to bring them all in sync? This means you have to deliberately either extend some rules, extend the assembly in some states, Or second, you have to dissolve the assembly in other states before time. Only then can all of them come in sync. Dissolving an elected government, how will you do it? That would be unconstitutional, not allowed. So, how to bring them in sync? That's a big problem. And how will all the parties agree? Why I spent so much money to come to power right now, to govern for 5 years, make some money, sorry, to give delivery of services to people for 5 years. Why do you want me to give up right now after 2 years only? No, I'll work for full 5 years to serve the needs of my people, right? That's again a problem. Then, second thing is, can you guarantee that in every state and the center there will be a majority government? Is it possible? No, we can't guarantee it. Hey, recently you are seeing that, oh, at the center a party is winning elections and is getting full majority. Always remember, I showed the photograph of 1984. Remember the Lok Sabha of 1984? Congress won 415 seats. After 5 years, could not even get a majority. It's a circle of life. Right now, BJP is in power. After 10 years, some other party will be in power. BJP won handful of seats, 2 or 3 seats in 1984. 2 or 3 seats. Now look at them, 300 seats. Every party's time will come. That's the cycle of life also. So can we guarantee a government at the center? We cannot. Then we'll have to force a coalition. Random party with nothing in common will have to come together to form the government. Or president's rule. Then where is the federal structure gone? Also, when you go and vote in the election, see, people vote separately in the Lok Sabha and the Vidhan Sabha. Vidhan Sabha is all about local issues, local problems. Lok Sabha is all about national issues, national problems. People vote differently. Our voters have become mature enough, right? They are mature enough to vote like this. Now, we call something as a coat tail effect. Coat tail. What happens is, if there's a strong leader, he will attract votes irrespective of whoever contests election. And that has happened. Lot of people vote for BJP because of Narendra Modi. They don't even see who is the local candidate there. Oh, BJP, my vote to Narendra Modi. Lot of people vote for Congress, irrespective of whoever is standing for the elections. That's there. And whenever we have had in the recent times elections at the same time, so same party getting both the votes in the recent times, that is from 1989 to 2014, this has been 24 times out of 31 times. See, what has happened is, one party has come to know that at the central level, people have gotten this idea that we are the ones who can save them from the issues of Pakistan and China, and we can show the world the right place of India, right at the top. They know this very well, that there is no other party right now which can claim that spot. So what they want is that if we have election at the same time, it is more likely, and we have data, it is more likely that if we have election at the same time, people vote for the same party. And in all likelihood, people prefer voting for that in the state also. So the advantage increases. For a national party, advantage increases. Then former Chief Election Commissioner S.Y. Qureshi also says that frequent elections create jobs, right? Jobs for people, pamphlet distribution, sun pack distribution, food distribution. It's like that same statement which was said by S.Y. Qureshi that जब जब चुनाव आता है गरीब के घर पुलाव आता है. It's like whenever we have elections, food, biryani for the poor, right? So before every election, the poor gets the 2000 rupee note. Oh, sorry, now 500 rupee note, right? So that's there. And it also reduces accountability, right? No, Harshit, elections are not for one day. Elections are for almost a month, 1.5 months. And for such people, what they earn in this period is good enough for them to survive over the, say, course of 6-7 months. That's there. Anyway, that's a very weak argument for the sake of it. And lastly, one big question that is raised is accountability. See, look at our innocent politicians. They hardly come and meet us. How many of you have met your MPs? You have voted for them. Can you meet them? The arrogance of these politicians, the arrogance, the sheer arrogance. They will never meet you. But before the elections, they come with their folded hands in the public, right? Throwing flowers here and there. Now, at least if it is elections multiple times, they come multiple times, look into your problems, at least hear your problems, right? Do you remember that scene, I think from Nayak only, where this Amrish Puri goes to the area where he's asking people, and one person says that, sir, there is no water, no power, nothing. It happened just 2 days ago. And how he says, oh, come on, look into the problem immediately. That is how it is. It's all showbazi. How we fall prey to all this, and then we develop a fan following. That's what Ambedkar said. In his closing speech in the Constituent Assembly, Ambedkar had given 3 warnings. One was no idol worship in politics, no hero worship in politics. Sachin can be a god in cricket. You can be a fan of Mahesh Babu. It's okay. They are not politicians. No problem. But a politician is accountable to people. The moment you become a fan of a politician, you will start ignoring his flaws and faults and mistakes. You are doing it at the cost of country's growth. So it's very good. It's perfectly okay that you have fans in movies and cricket and hockey and football. No problem. Not in politics. Bhakti politics is never good. Whether you're doing it for Rahul Gandhi or Narendra Modi or say for Stalin or for Mamata Banerjee. No, no, no. For every politician, we have to ensure that if they are wrong, we should be able to question them. That is what they have taken away from us, the right to question them. And some of the media channels constantly criticize BJP for this. Ask yourself, how many times have you seen the CMs of various states, non-BJP states, come and be answerable to people? No one. No one. Be it the north or the south or the west or the east. In this, we are united. No accountability. So frequent elections at least create a sense of accountability, right? But to tell you frankly, why are some parties, central parties or national parties focusing on it? And you know which party? Why are they crazy about it? Simple funda. Understand it. This is the entire country. Okay? This entire country is divided into so many states, right? So many states are there. In some states, there are local regional parties which are very strong there. Take an example of DMK. Now, DMK is in Tamil Nadu. Do you think DMK has any interest in Bihar politics? No. Will DMK spend a single penny in winning seats in Rajasthan? No. Will TMC come and fight elections in Kerala? No. Will YSR Congress send its candidates to Nagaland? No. So what happens is these regional parties have to focus on one area only. One area only. But big parties like BJP, like Congress, they have to contest everywhere. So when it comes to say the national elections, they have to contest everywhere. Resources spread. Again, elections in South, money. Elections in Northeast, money. Right? So bigger parties, their resource gets scattered all across the country frequently. Now imagine if we have only one election, just once, all these big parties with their humongous resources can channelize all their resources at one go. And smaller regional parties can be no match to these bigger parties. It's like taking all the fights to one battlefield, and there you are no match to these rich parties. That's the reality. That's what's the agenda, right? So these are genuine problems, and these are the concerns that may be there. Now, if anybody says that, sir, but it's okay, right? We can at least minimize the elections. Fair enough. What's the way out? See, firstly, a logical thing would be focus on governance, focus on doing things for people, improve your personal behavior, don't use caste and religion, stop the drama, stop purchasing media, stop boycotting media. Every party is doing the same nonsense, right? There are hundreds of other problems here. Come on. But if this is a very strong argument that no, we need to have this, it's very important, then what is the possibility? Firstly, don't do it at the same time. Relax. Just calm down. Number one should be, please build a consensus. Involve the regional parties also. And number two, please make it gradual. So, how to make it gradual? What to do? Point number one. See, this year only, we are going to have elections, or we had elections for so many states, right? Next year also, so many states at different points of time. So, one step that we can take is that we can club all the elections in a year at one time. Club all elections in a year once together. Okay. Just a minute, guys. First things first is club all the elections in one year at the same time. That can be done. Let's see how this works. Second is what we can do. Second thing what we can do is maybe we can have elections twice. Now, then after 2.5 years. Okay, meaning right now we'll have elections for the center and states after 2.5 years. So the frequent accountability factor is also maintained, and there is no burden that no all the states have to go for elections together. And if these things work in future, may choose one nation, one election. Step by step. What's the hurry? Where are we going? We are claiming now that India is going to rise and shine for the next 1,000 years. So what's the hurry? Right? So this can be done gradually if you are actually supremely interested that no, that's the only way out. Maybe over the course of 20, 30 years that can be done. Clear? That's it. This is one nation, one election. A question was asked in the prelims around 7 years back. It is very unlikely that a question will be asked again on this topic, but if it is asked in the interview, I think you know what to say, the pros, cons, etc. I hope that I've been fair. A bit of politician bashing has happened from my side, but yeah, that's only natural because we see that there are hundreds of things wrong, and when the focus is on something unimportant, you feel that where is the country going, right? It's like that they love the country, we also love the country. Sadly, we cannot compete with them on jingoism, right? But that's how it is. Anyway, moving on now to one small topic, a topic that you should know. Yes, write this answer. Practice for this answer, no problem. Uh, Electoral bonds. So, electoral bonds, what are they? See, for that, some basic information. In your governance class, you'll be studying about the party system and stuff. So they'll know that the amount of money that a party can receive in cash donation, is 20,000 rupees. Okay. If you want to donate more than 20,000, that means what? I have to use a check or a demand draft. The problem with demand draft and check is that it has my name on it, right? Now, a demand draft, if it is printed in the bank, it comes from the account holder's account only. Your name is there. Problem. What if I want to uh, give money in cash? The problem with cash is the source is unknown. So large amount of money can be given in cash, which is also black money, corruption money. So the limit was set at 20,000 rupees. Above that, no cash. In 2017 Finance Act, the government said 20,000 is too much. Reduce it. From now onwards, if you want to give money to any party in cash, only 2,000 rupees. Sorry, not more than 2,000 rupees in cash. Above that, use check, demand draft, your name, source. We should know all this. But there is a bigger problem here. Let's say there is a businessman. Let's assume his name is Mr. Sudani. And Mr. Sudani is a huge fan of Party B. We don't know who is Sudani and who is Party B. Let's assume. Now, Mr. Sudani funds, gives a lot of money to Party B to win the elections because he believes that Party B has policies which are very progressive or pro-business. It will help their business grow. But by some chance, Party C comes to power. Now Party C gets to know that, oh, Mr. Sudani giving money to Party B and not to us. Now we have come to power. Not a single project will be approved. Cancel all these projects. All cancel. Raise problems, raise concerns. Right? So becoming the Adi from Shankar. Now, this would mean what? This would mean that the corporates are not free in who they are donating to. The fear of backlash is always there. So BJP said, why this fear of backlash? No, we should allow for anonymous donations. Anonymous donations. Like those anonymous love letters that you wrote in your school and college. What's the beauty of it? You write the letter. If the person reads and their emotions are positive, you say, I have written it, me. And if they go to teacher, then you say, who is this using this nonsense, writing love letters like this? Safe, right? Same thing. Now what happens is, let's see what is an electoral bond. Electoral bond. Some of you, I did not want to remind you of what you did earlier, but anyway, no problem. This is what an electoral bond actually looks like. Electoral bond means what? Let's assume you are a big fan of, say, BJP. You want to donate 1000 rupees to BJP, but you don't want anybody to know of this. You want it to be a secret. You are the secret admirer. So what do? You save some money. Don't drink, don't smoke, sorry, don't drink juice and all, etc. And then you save some money and you keep 1000 rupees in your bank account. Now you go to an SBI bank, SBI, not any other bank. Are we clear? They are only sold by SBI. So there are 29 such branches, designated branches. Only those branches sell these bonds. Okay. Now, when it comes to the bond I'm going to purchase, so what will I do is, I'll go inside the branch and I'll say, please give me a bond of 1000 rupees. Now, there are two ways to purchase this bond. Number one, you have account in SBI. So the officer there, if he's not on lunch break, he'll take out money from an account, debit the account, and give you the bond. Number one. Number two, you don't have an account in SBI. Then you will give your ID and address proof. We call it KYC, know your customer. You submit your proof, give 1000 rupees, and then purchase the bond. Simple, right? The bond is given to you, a piece of paper on which it is mentioned that the bond's value, the date of issue. Now you take this bond and go to the BJP party office and submit it there. But you'll say, sir, if I go personally, how is it anonymous? No problem. You post it, you make an aeroplane out of it and throw it in the party office and run away from there. You ask somebody on the road, come here, take this, go and give it. It's okay. Right? Now the BJP receives this bond and hundreds and thousands of such bonds from fans like you. They will collect these bonds, and mind you, the BJP now goes to the SBI and will submit the bond, and the SBI gives them the cash in return. Simple. The only condition is that they should get it redeemed within 15 days. Are we clear? So, redeem within 15 days from date of issue. 15 days. If it is not done, then what happens? If not encashed, let's say by chance some bond is left lying in some book only, and it is left, then if not encashed, the money goes to PM relief fund. Whatever money that is left with SBI after selling bonds and after redeeming the bonds, some bonds did not return, that money is given to PM relief fund. Clear? So you have actually contributed to PM relief fund without even knowing, and you have no way of knowing it. Now, when can this bond be purchased? Can I walk in tomorrow and purchase this bond? No, no, no. Can I walk in after 10 days and purchase? Yes, I can. Why? Because it is sold on the first 10 days of every quarter. January, April, July, and October. Now, this window can be modified by the government. Clear? And if there is any election in the Lok Sabha, it can be extended for 30 days. In the Vidhan Sabha, for 15 days. Possible. This is when the bond is sold. So October is coming. All party fans, if you want to donate money, then please donate money. Now, one more point. Can you see here I have written this? It's a bearer banking instrument. Bearer, meaning whoever bears it or owns it. Encashes, redeems it. Meaning what? You go on the road, you find a 500 rupee note lying on the road. If you pick up the note belongs to you. Yes or no? That is what is a bearer instrument. Whoever owns it, controls it. Simple. So, if you are a BJP fan and you have purchased a bond and you're walking to the BJP office to deposit that bond, and a Congress fan comes, slaps you, snatches the bond, and runs away from there, bond is gone. Simple. Clear? The idea is whoever submits the bond in the bank gives money to that party only. Clear? That party only. Don't think that let's do one thing. Let's raid BJP's office or Congress office and steal all the bonds and go to bank and get money. Bank will not give you money. Only eligible parties. And what makes a party eligible? Two criteria. Number one, you should be a registered party. And number two, you should have won at least 1% of total votes in the last elections. Okay, so most parties are registered parties. Which parties which contest elections are registered parties. Okay, now one more thing. I want to know who has purchased the bond. I go to SBI, I file an RTI, right to information. SBI, give me information. No. SBI is not covered under RTI for electoral bonds. Are we clear? Not covered. So they need not disclose the name. Simple. They say get lost. Go and study. And as far as the anonymous aspect is concerned, they do not bear the name of the donor. Your name is nowhere here. anonymous donation to the party. Harshit, it is for any election. The previous election, national or state, does not matter. So yeah, what is the guarantee that they deposited those uncashed bonds to PM relief fund? They have to maintain data. It's all in the ledger online. Banks can't steal the money. And if SBI gets more money, it's taxpayers' money only. Don't worry. But they won't do all this nonsense. Anyway, let me just clarify. If somebody is feeling that uh, uh, it seems that a lot of money is not redeemed. No, 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 no. In the last few years that we have seen bonds, 0.2% bonds were not redeemed. The redemption rate is 99.8%. You think party will forget to give the bond in time? Are you crazy? Okay. Are we clear? Now, one more thing. This bond can be purchased only in certain denominations. Meaning, this bond can be purchased only in denominations of 1,000, 10,000, lakh, 10 lakh, or 1 crore. So, if you want to purchase the bond of say 500 rupees, not possible. Get more money. If you want to purchase a bond of 1400 rupees, not possible, right? If you want to purchase a bond of 13,000 rupees, is it possible? Tell me, is it possible to purchase a bond of 13,000 rupees? Reasoning, who? Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. Apply some common sense. Done? Happy? 10,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000, or 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 13,000. Reasoning, reasoning. Okay. So this is all as far as bonds are concerned. Just to give you some facts, but where to write? Okay. Since 2022, or sorry, since 2018. So from 2018 to 2022, total bonds sold, total EB, electoral bonds sold was 9,208 crores. 9,208 crores. So yeah, sir, can one person buy 1 crore bond? Sir, you can buy 100 crores of bonds if you have the bank balance. The limitation is not in printing of bond paper. Limitation is in your contribution, sir. Okay, if you have the money, purchase it. Now, of these bonds sold, BJP received around 57% of the money. Congress received roughly 11%. Followed by TMC, etc. Right? So this is the situation. When these electoral bonds were introduced, uh, BJP said that the government said that these bonds, they are going to bring transparency now. Now corporates, companies, they are free to fund anyone without any fear or favor, affection or ill will. So nice, right? Now comes the real catch. The other parties are saying that this will end transparency. BJP says it will increase transparency. Other parties are saying it will decrease transparency. Who is right? 5248. No, it is 5270 crores to be exact, not 48. So I gave roughly 57%. Electoral bonds will bring transparency. Yes or no? See, point number 1. Do we know who is funding these parties? Tell me. Is the bond being purchased by an individual or a company or a shell company or a terrorist organization? Do you know anything about the company? No. Possible misuse. Funding via black money. Open some kind of a shell company. What's a shell company? Economics classes. Some fake company. Ask the company to purchase bonds. All the black money funneled in the system becomes white. Second thing, now see, SBI will not give information to anybody. Of course, SBI, the bankers are busy people. They are either on lunch break or perpetually playing Candy Crush, or if not, network is also a problem, network failure. Remember? But if the finance ministry calls, IS officer calls information, do you think a branch manager has the audacity to say, who are you? IS of nonsense, no information. Finance ministry is calling. I will tell you that there are at least thousands of applications pending in finance ministry for transfers of bank employees, right? The allegation is that the ruling party may have access to information on contributors. And if I'm a businessman and I have this doubt that if I contribute to some other party, maybe the ruling party can get information on that and they can use this against me in future. So it's better that I contribute to ruling party only. So allegation that ruling party may get information on contributors. And lastly, tell me something. I go to a bank, SBI, purchase a bond, give them cash. SBI. I give them cash. SBI gets cash, gives me piece of paper. I give the paper to the party. The party brings the paper to the bank. Bank gives them cash back. What does bank earn in between? Any commission? Any tax? Any charge? Nothing. But who is printing the bond? Bank. Whose staff are working to fulfill the transaction? Bank. That's a public sector bank. Taxpayers' money. Printing cost is borne by the bank, which is actually taxpayers' money. So these are some of the issues. But anyway, this matter is in court. Don't feel angry now. This matter is in court, right? And Supreme Court will decide it very, very quickly. Okay? Pending in Supreme Court. The ADR case. What is the proof that it is printed by bank? Because banks print it. How else will the bonds come? The banks have the obligation to print the bond. What kind of question is this? Why are you playing Sherlock Holmes uselessly where it is not required only? Harshit, the cost is not very huge, right? So that's there, but that's why it's a third point, lower in the hierarchy of importance of points. What they earn from printing? Nothing. Bank earns nothing from printing. Prem Kumar, do you think the party does not collect information and keep information on the bond? They keep track of everything. K Mahesh, how black money? See, I'll open a company, any uh, company with no office, nothing, a shell company, a letterbox company. What is a shell company? Economics classes. And then I can put in all the money there, the corruption money. I can go and purchase a bond, right? So this is there with respect to the issues. The matter is pending in the court. And let's see when the Supreme Court decides on this. I am sure that maybe when I'm teaching your kids, the judgment would have come. Definitely. Right? We are done with our topic elections. Just to summarize everything, some suggestions on electoral reforms. I had mentioned the link also of that YouTube video, but I have now added the topic here only. Reforms, very basic. You can use them in your intros, body, conclusion. So simple reforms, easy to understand. First things first, we have to increase voter awareness, increasing the voter turnout, eliminating the errors in the electoral rolls, right? Then state funding of elections. So some people also say that there should be a separate fund only from where the money should be taken by the parties in proportion, and that is where the party should get the money and should spend the money, right? So it will provide a level playing field to all the candidates and reduce the influence of big corporates and wealthy donors. That's there. Okay. Then internal democracy in parties. It's very, very important to ensure that political parties, their internal elections are transparent and democratic in nature. Then regulating political parties, right? So establishing clear-cut criteria for functioning of the political parties, including transparency in how they are getting funds. So as of now, if you, and plus, political parties don't pay income tax. Are you clear? Section 13A, Income Tax Act 1961. Political parties are exempted from income tax. If they furnish the information of their money to Election Commission, there is absolutely no need to pay any kind of income tax. Clear? Everybody pays income tax, including the president, not the political parties. Then limiting the number of seats to just one per candidate. Why should you allow people to contest from multiple seats? Then nota option has to be strengthened. As of now, what is the value of nota? Zero. Zilch. Nothing. Even now, I fully agree that VOTA currently gets less than 2% votes. But we can at least have a provision that if nota gets the highest votes, then there will be re-election. But there is nothing of this sort. Even if nota gets the highest votes, none of the above, then also the person who got the highest votes is declared the winner. Simple. Then regulating the election expenditure. Now, when it comes to regulating the election expenditure, we have to ensure strict monitoring, enforcement of the laws, compliance of laws, this allegation of bribing, etc. This is not appropriate. Then how will we ensure the fairness of elections? Then transparent political financing. Then reform in the anti-defection law. So we saw the ADL that some reforms are required there also in ADL. Like first and basic reform is taking the power only away from speaker, giving to ECI, If not, at least fix a time frame. Then there should be also the ADL should be applicable on the pre-election coalitions, right? Then educational and criminal reforms. So when it comes to educational reforms, there has been a lot of argument in this regard that there should be some kind of educational qualification, right? Beyond that, we should also try to have some criteria to disqualify people with criminal records. Then election commission also proposed that we should make false declaration to be an offense, that if you submit false information, that should be an offense. Then common voter list should be there for Lok Sabha, assembly, and also state elections. So currently, sorry, also panchayat elections. Local bodies. It will also save the time and money of the state election commissioner. Then decriminalization of politics. Fast track courts have to be set up, right? Very, very important. Set up fast track courts, FTC. We already have some courts which are fast track courts, but there also cases are pending for 5 years. What can we say? In fast track courts also. Then enhancing the punishment under RPA. Firstly, there should be minimum 6 years punishment or disqualification everywhere. Why do we have 5 and 3 somewhere? See, when you are disqualified for contesting elections for 6 years, it actually means 10 years. 2 terms. Yes or no? 6 years means 2 terms. So it's actually 10 years. That's a very long time. And of course, independence of the election commission, be it the appointment, be it the removal. Conditions of service, etc. You can use these points in your intros, conclusions, if any question is asked on electoral reforms. That's it. We are done with the elections. In case you want to study Lakshmikant, feel free to study. Chapter 42, chapter 71, 72, 73. 4. 74. When it comes to important articles, extremely important, 326 and 324, and then RPA, both qualification, disqualification for voters and for candidates. Okay, done. Now we'll move on and discuss the first part of the Indian Constitution, Union and its territory. Part 1, Articles 1 to 4. So, these are small topics now. When it comes to these topics, now I won't say they're not important, but yes, for the examination, the importance is very low. And you may find maybe in 5-6 years, one question by chance in prelims or mains. But we should know these topics. Okay. Union and Territories, Part 1, Articles 1 to 4. I think you know that the British India that we had was divided into the governor's provinces and also princely states. So we had these governor's provinces, 17 of them. Princely states, more than 550, 562, 565, 581, whatever number you may call it. Governor's provinces, some of them or 11 of them remained in India. 3 went to Pakistan, NWFP, Balochistan, and Sindh, and 3, Punjab, Bengal, and Assam, were bifurcated. Anyway, we'll come to this again. It is required. But before that, let's look at firstly the provisions of the Indian Constitution. Articles 1 to 4, Article 1 and 3 are important. So, firstly, what is Article 1 now? The time has come for us to know what is Article 1. Recently was in news a bit too much, right? So, first article talks about the name and the territory of the union. So, India, that is Bharat. Our constitution starts with a confusion. What to call India? India or Bharat? Let's call both. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. So, as of now, there is no official order or notification on us becoming only Bharat. But I'm not really sure. See, the idea is that media had to write something, and we as coaching students had to give you some material, right? So every day, newspaper, articles and articles. India, that is Bharat. How to do it? What can be a cost, etc. Examination of no importance. And see, frankly, the name is there. If you look at the Hindi translation, it starts with Bharat. Bharat is used before, and here India is used. And just because India is used before does not mean that India has more importance. Same thing. They are synonyms of each other. So this hulabaloo created was baseless completely. And in case the government goes ahead and says that now we want to use only Bharat, that change is going to be very, very simple. You simply add a proviso in this article stating that reference to India shall be deemed to be a reference to Bharat everywhere in the constitution. Done. Change is done. Right? So, if you really are crazy, no, I want a change. How to make a change, sir? Please tell me. In this only, write explanation. Various articles have explanations below them. Write an explanation that reference to India in the entire constitution shall be deemed to be reference to Bharat. Done. So sometimes our newspaper editorial writers who don't have the legal information may create unique scenarios in the minds of people who are reading the newspaper. Anyway, I hope you have no such issue or concern in your mind on this. But since we are discussing this, the second part which I have put in the block is more important. India, that is Bharat, shall be a union of states. This choice of words has a significance. What's the importance of union? The importance is that the states have no right to move out of India. This marriage has no divorce. Simple. No state has right to secede, move out of the country. So if you are harboring plans, right? If you are harboring plans of leaving the country, becoming a separate nation, it would be appropriate to drop that idea, demand for some autonomy within the framework of India. We'll give it to you. Various parts of the country do have a lot of autonomy in their internal functioning. That is okay, acceptable. But sorry, if you harbor these kind of demands and you share fake or wrong maps of India on your Instagram and WhatsApp status, and then if your show is cancelled, don't be a crybaby about it. Right? Simple. Are we clear? So it's very important. And then if your show is cancelled, then your supporters will say, oh, in our country, you cannot even perform. You cannot even do what you feel like. Sir, you should do what you feel like. And you should do what you are good at. Sing only. Use the softwares available to improve your voice. Sing. Don't get involved in propaganda. Right? Auto tune is there. Enjoy your life. Don't enter the zone of trying to create a disruption in the country. That will not happen. Anyway, so states have no right to secede, move out of the country. And that is why we say that India is not a result of some formerly independent countries coming together. One member of the Constituent Assembly had given suggestion that we should call it United States of India. It was immediately rejected that no, this concept of India or Bharatvarsh was always there. We cannot have this idea. It's not a coming together federation. It's a holding together federation. And that is why the centralizing tendency is there. And because of Article 1, we call our country as an indestructible union. Because states cannot move out of India. What's the source? Article 1 is the source of this indestructible union. Okay? Now, the states and their boundary. You are saying India is a union of states, but the states and their boundary, where are the names? I want to know the names. Clause 2 says, but the states and their boundaries are mentioned in the first schedule. Please refer to first schedule. You will find the names of all the states there. And clause 3 says, the territory of India shall comprise of the territory of all the states and the union territories also. Where are they mentioned? Same, first schedule. Schedule 1 of the Indian Constitution. List of states and UTs along with their territories. So names of all the 28 states and 8 UTs find a mention in Schedule 1 of the Indian Constitution. Okay. Now observe this. If I use the word union of India, I am referring to only states. But if I use the word territory of India, I am mentioning states, UTs, and such other territories as may be acquired Pakistan. So maybe in future, if we acquire any other territory, that will also be a part of the territory of India. So let's call it future acquisition. That is why territory of India is a broader concept. Union of India is a narrower concept. Did we understand this point of difference? Tell me, please. Okay. Then comes the real catch here. Article 3. So the beauty of Article 3 is in this fact. Article 2 is a very simple article, not important. Article 2 simply says that Parliament may by law admit into the country, into the union, or create new states on such terms and conditions as the Parliament thinks fit. Simple. But Article 3, very important. Article 3 says how to form new states, alter their areas, boundary, name, etc. How can this be done? You'll be surprised to know that it can be done by a simple majority. Simple majority. So Parliament may, by law, by a simple majority, form a new state by separation of territory from any state, all these permutation combinations, by increasing the area, decreasing the area, altering the boundary, altering the name. It can be done. And what's the procedure? We call this reorganization. What is the procedure? Such a bill is introduced on the recommendation of the president, number one. Number two, it is sent to the legislative assembly of the state to give its opinion, which is not binding. Meaning what? If today center says we want to bifurcate UP into 4 parts, so we will pass a bill. That bill will be called the name of state, reorganization bill. And then we'll mention the year also. So this will be the name of the bill. Now, example, Andhra Pradesh reorganization bill. When this state is reorganized into 4 parts, the bill is there. The bill is sent to UP. UP government, UP assembly, tell me, should we bifurcate? UP says, yes, sir. Parliament says, okay. Bill passed. UP says, no, no, don't. Parliament says, I don't care. Bill passed. Opinion of state is not binding. In our country, we don't need the opinion of the state or the approval of the state to either change their boundary or change their name. That is why India is an indestructible union of destructible states. States' boundaries can be destroyed. And what is the source? Article 3 is the source. Indestructible union of destructible states. And in fact, Supreme Court has very clearly said that to reorganize the country is what? Exclusive power and a plenary power. Exclusive and plenary. Plenary means unconditional. No condition can be imposed on the parliament. If they want to reorganize, they can. Unconditional. See, if you look at any other country which is a federal country, say USA. In USA, it is mentioned in their constitution, Article 4, Section 3, Clause 1, that the state's consent is required before you change their boundary or name. Look at Australia. In their constitution, Section 124 very clearly says that Parliament of the state, that is the state's assembly, their consent is required. In India, You need not take anybody's consent. Center can on its own bifurcate the states, change their names, change their boundaries. Everything can be changed on its own. Are we clear? So that is all. Let's do one thing. Let's end our discussion here only. Tomorrow we'll take up for discussion the topic, this very interesting Berubari Union. I'll tell you a story on how we had the concept of enclaves, and then a couple of other elements of how we got the reorganization in place, then citizenship, so on and so forth. And yes, of course, questions if you have any. Oh, leaderboard. Somebody wants to see the leaderboard. Did we have any new questions? We had one question. How did it change the leaderboard? Dudegula, Angel, Mansi, Sushanta, Manish, Shargun, Ankit. Oh, from 9 we became 7 toppers now. 2 people lost out. Okay, that's it. Madhuri in Article 21, not right now. Yes, Soyab, way more than that. Abhishek, just like mummy cooking sabzi and asking for our choice, but we have to eat whatever. Of course, of course, of course. That's true. Okay, so tomorrow we have a grand leave. This means what? Not a party time, study time. PPTs, editorials, the PYQ given, the monthly magazine, then the political theory book, Yojana and Kurukshetra. Keep on re-revising all these things. Tomorrow is a holiday, no class, full enjoyment. We'll have extra classes later on. So I'll make you suffer at some point of time. Okay? This enjoyment comes at the cost of something extra in future. No Mayank Vadwani. No. Roshan, what happened, sir? Dwepayan, it is very subjective. If you find you need some elaboration on some topic, then of course. Uh, Roshan, go through it 2-3 times maybe. Haji aspirant, what is your question? No Akhil, no charge. Let's hope, Gaurav, more people are legends here. Yahya, revise again and again and again. Separate committees. You have to give more clarity on it. Ghulam Mustafa, 2 more times. It'll be quick now. Yes, Mega, of course, you can leave. Who was that aspirant who was saying that my doubt, please? Where is the doubt? There is no doubt. Anil, not required. Article 4 simply talks about how any change made because of Article 3 will reflect everywhere in the Constitution on its own. It will not be, there will be no need to pass separate provisions for those changes. If you change the spelling of, say, a state, then correspondingly in every place, the change is made on its own without having the need to pass separate laws to make a change in the spelling there. Uh, Kumari, uh, so far there is no judgment on that, so we cannot really say it can. It should be, but there is no categorical Supreme Court statement. Supreme Court tells us what exactly is the part of basic structure. So that is not mentioned by them in any case. That should be assumed to be yes, but no. If you ask me, is it as of now? As of now, we don't know. Aspirant, nahi, bonds are being sold. That's why I give it data. Bonds are being sold. No problem. Lakshmi, we'll discuss why do we have UTs and then you'll understand. Dvay, it will not be wrong, but it can create an unnecessary question in the mind of the evaluator of your leaning, and you want to stay neutral. Ruchita, the separate committee, in that separate meaning a separate committee for Lok Sabha comprising of only Lok Sabha MPs and a separate committee for Rajya Sabha comprising of only Rajya Sabha members. That's separate. Palak Raj Pramukhs were the head of the princely states. You'll be studying in your post-independence classes. So when the princely states joined, Raj Pramukh, the king was made the Raj Pramukh, but later on in 1956 we removed the tag Raj Pramukh. Article 1 to divide India, Dinesh, 5-10 times. Then Roshan, clearly the effort required is even more than. Yes, Echaran. Yes, Gula Mustafa, no problem. So Venu, yes, why to amend Article 1 to divide? In that sense, no, no, no. That can't be done. Okay. Okay, guys, that's it for today. Let's end our discussion. Part 1 is finished. SK, it's done. That's it. Let's meet on Wednesday and we'll continue our discussion further. Till then, that is all for me. Jai Hind.